Good morning. Yesterday was a busy day, but I was able to work some on VFX with the Brackeys tutorial. Today I want to try to understand how collision with these particles I created works, because it seems like they sometimes work, but not always. And what I did was that I added a GPU particles collision box to my mining blocks that I remove when the mining block dies and the particles spawn. And the idea was that the particles spawning should collide with the particles collision box from other mining block nodes, but it doesn't. This collision box is actually just to the mesh here. It's just to show if the collision box is active or not. I suppose I could make it slightly bigger. Let me see. It actually stayed quite a while. But that makes complete sense, because I believe I changed the code. Yeah, I don't even remove the particles collider anymore, because I was testing without removing it. Let's see, how can we test this if we do without the mesh? Okay, so that worked. Let me do... this. Now it worked. This one didn't work. This was the issue last time as well. Sometimes it worked, especially on the top, but as we got further down, it really stopped working. And the thing is, the particle, the collider should be on every single one of these blocks. It makes no sense to me why the top ones work and the bottom one doesn't. Here it falls straight through. But suddenly, this block seemed to catch them. This block, for some reason, catches them. And this block. Not this block. Weird. Go to our... Yo, Kurt. It's going good. Brackeys released a real fun video about video effects. But I'm having troubles with the GPU particles collision box. It is what it's supposed to do is to like catch particles falling, but sometimes like this is attached to every mining block, so any particle landing on top should be stopped, but it like most of the time it doesn't work, and I don't know why. It seems so random when it works and not. Seems like it works on some blocks, while other blocks it doesn't work on. Try creating a big AABB, see if that makes a difference. Microphone. Not now, anyways. Go away. How are you doing this morning, Kurt? Time to recreate the problem in editor, or you could try to pause the game with F7. Try to find out what's the difference. Okay. This AABB thing I moved now. Let's see, is it? If you move it here. This is an offset then. This is the size. Okay. We don't want any offset. See if this works. Maybe that helped. Like the AABB. It is something about like when you look at it, you see the particles, but it might also be something like within this range, the particles check for GPU colliders, and outside the range they don't. The fact that they land on top is fine. That is just because I'm currently not deleting the GPU collider of the block I'm breaking. So the fact that they land down here and stay on the ground, that is good. There's some sea fighting going on that I might have to fix. Yeah, I have to fix that. Okay, but now it seems a lot better. So it was an AABB problem. And it seemed like the center of the old AABB was like placed somewhere around here on the corner of the one I put now. So that would mean the player would probably have to look somewhere around here for it to work. Very weird. Could be interesting to see, like, if I break a block a bit higher up now. Yeah, you see they fall through here. Is that also the case if I stay up here and look? Yes. No, maybe not. I need more light, to be honest. See how that works. Okay, so I can see down there. Falls through. So it seems like the confines of the AABB also tells the blocks like look for collisions in the AABB area, but when you're outside of it, just fall wherever. That's how it looks to me. Like, we could run a test. We can make it like super large. We could make it like still centered on the block like this, and then save it. Not sure how the collider is still the same size. Okay, interesting. Now it didn't work. So now with a gigantic AABB, it didn't work at all. It's still very much centered on the block. Make this 3D scene test scene, and then we can add some mining blocks in here. We can do editable children, GPU particles. Is this one on top? the right. That seems to work. So in the editor, in the test scene, it works even though this area is very large. But if I make this area very large, in the game it doesn't work. There's two confinements of the AABB. It seems like it's a yellow one and a blue one. I'm not sure what the two of them do. So we have the visibility AABB, determines the nose region which needs to be visible on screen for the particle system to be active. Brackeys showed this one in his video with like rain, where if you weren't looking at the AABB, the rain disappeared. And this area is pretty large, 10 by 10, no 8 by 8. That's the yellow one, I think. Yeah, that's the yellow one. So that's, as long as you're inside the yellow zone, you should see the particles spawn, basically. And we do see them spawn, so. Let's focus on the geometry. Custom AABB overrides the bounding box of this node with a custom one. This can be used to avoid the expensive AAB recalculation that happens when a skeleton is used with a mesh instance 3D, or to have precise control over the mesh instance 3D bounding box. Okay. Let's try reducing this again. I have to put some fire in the oven. Be right back. Yo. So this one used to work at least. Let's see if it still does. Yes. So somehow it gets confused when the AAB area is too big as well. So with the current size, it's gonna allow it to land on the block below, I believe. Yes. But not 2 blocks down. Like this one, it's not gonna land there. Do wonder though, like if I just if I leave it in the same position, is that gonna help? It makes logical sense to like center it, right? But it didn't work, so. Well, it still didn't catch these ones. No. Doesn't work. I need to upgrade this pickaxe. The start of the game, so the testing goes a lot faster. Okay, let's start destroying the collider of the block we're breaking and see how things act then. We go here, destroy the collider. It's the same phenomenon still, where if it falls 2 blocks down, it doesn't work. Just turn off the top collision box here. Okay, so it detects this one, right? That's obvious. Then let's say that this one doesn't exist. Let's take away that one. See, it doesn't detect the one below. But if this one was one lower, it would. Now, if we do the AABB zone here, should be on the particles, AABB, geometry, 100, 100, 100, minus 50, minus 50, minus 50. Now it's like a massive area, right? That one works. But this doesn't work in-game for some reason. Now my guess is that I'm gonna be able to put it like very high up, and still they're gonna collide. Okay, so another test then. Okay. Let's have mining block 1. Particles. Oh, I changed too much. Let's delete them and start over. 1 and 2. Both of them with children that I can edit. Okay. falls through, it lands. What's interesting as well is that it seems like if parts of the collider is inside the AABB, it does catch. Can I send a link to the docs? Yes, please do. Since GPU particles are processed entirely on the GPU, they don't have access to the game's physical world. If you need particles to collide with the environment, you need to set up particle collision nodes. There are 4 types. This is the ones I use, the collision box 3D. And these common particles. They're located. Coal mask. That's the same as normal collision, I guess. Yes. Height field collision. That's what I would use if I had a setup that wasn't squares, I guess. At the bottom of troubleshooting. For particle collisions to work, the particle's visibility AABB must overlap with the collider's AABB. Yeah, so that's what we kind of saw, right? But the visibility AABB, that's what we did. Let's see. The AABB we changed was the geometry one. Like the visibility one always overlapped. It seems like it's the geometry one that I had to overlap to make it work. As we can see here, the yellow one is the visibility one. This one, as you can see here. But even though the visibility one overrides with the collider, it doesn't work. But as soon as the geometry one overrides, then it does work. But then again, for some reason, when I make the geometry one really big, like let's say 10 by 10 by 10, it works in the inspector, but not in game. Like now it works in the inspector here, 2 blocks down, like that. But in game it doesn't. If collisions appear to be not working despite colliders being set up, generate and update visibility AABB by selecting the GPU particles node and choosing GPU particles generate visibility AABB at the top of the 3D editor viewport. Right of view. Okay, so now it generated a very large zone like that. Let's reset what we did. So reset this one. It still seems to be the case for me that the geometry custom AABB is the one that has to overlap. But that could have changed in the recent patch or something, you know? If the particles move fast or colliders are thin, make the colliders thicker. Okay. Increased fixed FPS in the GPU particles node. You are using a scene. Go to the original scene. You mean the scene that I play the game in? Custom AABB is all zeros. You mean default AABB is all zeros? Like this large yellow one is... Maybe I should generate it for the other one as well. Still the same problem there. Well, I can try it in the main scene, but I don't know what difference it would make. I have to be very careful that I don't. But I remove everything I add as well. Block spawner root. This is where the blocks end up. We can put the mining blocks in this one. This is exactly how it's gonna look when they spawn in the game. Only that they will have applied a mesh, of course. And we make editable children. Then we generate the AABB. You are changing instances of a mining block, not the origin. Yes, I'm aware of that. But that is not what I'm doing before I start the game. Like this is the one I change when before I actually go into the game, you know. Let's try to make it just a little bit. Ah, this is the visibility one. Let's keep it as it is. But for the other one, the geometry one, here. Let's do double its size and see if that works. Or if it's too big. No, it's bugging again. So that doesn't work. Try it at 3. Doesn't work either. Try it back down at 2. Two seems to always work. I can generate a view on this one as well to test it if you want to. But it seems like the documentation is not quite right with the visibility thing, because it seems like it is the geometry instance 3D which decides like the collision of the particles. So they still fall through here. Basically what I discovered so far is that a size of, when I make it this size, it's able to pick up all the blocks in its immediate vicinity. It's fine for the ones next to it, but it's not going to be able to pick up the blocks that are 2 below, which are just outside the range. But when I increase this to like 3, then it doesn't work at all, even if I center it, you know. This one probably have to stay on, otherwise it's probably gonna just spawn in the world space, right? And it's never gonna work. Oh, it's still working. So I could try for fun to keep this sorting off and see. No, it breaks again now that we have larger one. Also if sorting is on. Yeah. Maybe? Yeah. Yo, Stole 90. How come? We're currently trying to make colliders work with GPU particles. So we're using a GPU particles collision box. But it's a weird phenomenon when I make the geometry larger than 2, then it doesn't work. The AABB. And I found that this geometry AABB has to collide with the GPU particles collision box for it to be recognizing the GPU particles spawning here. So it's a bit troublesome. This is the best I can do, basically. This is gonna work. This is gonna work as long as we don't break a block that is 2 above, then it's gonna fall through the floor. But it's gonna work in every instance where you break a block that is like just 1 high. So temporarily, this is the best I can do, at least. Looking at it, I should probably make it so the stones don't catch the ones from below like this. You tested it in one scene as it works, and it works as intended. So you have GPU particles, then you have the collision box. Yeah, but let's see. Collision box. And then we make this GPU particle instance. Collider. We have to make it fall. See, where's the spawn? Here, process material. Okay. Rigid collision. Now it's colliding here. Now let's generate. So here it works. If I have a separate instance, say mining block number 2, I can keep it at the same spot. Let's see. Now it should be at the exact same spot. And then we turn off the particles from that one. Turn off the collision box from this one. Seems to be working. And then how does the geometry work? Look at this one now. Geometry. The geometry of this one stays at 0. So if I would have this set to something, doesn't seem to change anything. And it's colliding with the other box? Yes, it is. So the visibility is basically calculating the ranges at which the particles may travel in its lifetime and setting up based on that. That's good. Oh, but I don't understand why this wouldn't work with my mining blocks then. Let's make a collision box, place it way down here, not that far down, just place it a little bit down. So what's the difference? It has to be something with the particle setup then. Blue box is the geometry one. I can try to remove it. So maybe the geometry one like did some overriding sorts. Could look like that. Okay. This looks kind of good, so let's try save it. This other scene we don't need. Don't save. This doesn't work because the box is not the AABB of the particle emitter. The AABB of the particle emitter is this yellow one. And it's auto-generated based on this one, generate AABB. Which I assume just calculates like where the spawn things might travel based on their lifetime and everything. Is it because the block was a different one? Well, here's the thing, right? It's a bit weird because sometimes it does work and sometimes it doesn't work. When I had when I used the geometry one, then it would always work on the ones that were close. I don't know. I got no idea. Here it works for some reason. Here it worked for some reason. I wonder if it's like some kind of shared resource issue, because all of these mining blocks are spawned a million times, you know? So you want me to press F7 when it works or when it doesn't work? Okay. I'm not sure if my F7 hotkey is set to the same as you, because it doesn't pause the game. I could break a block and hit pause here, I guess. No, that doesn't work either. Or did it maybe? It did work. But they still disappear when the time is out. Editor settings. Shortcuts. Can I move this? Pause running project, F7. Ah, but I guess I have to target the... Pressing F7. Doesn't work in this one. Maybe it's because I'm running multiple instances. I don't know. No. Tab shortcuts, filter pause. Tab. This is editor. It works in the editor, but not when I'm targeting the project window. I'm not sure if there's another key. Ay, ay, ay. Friction bounce scale. GPU particle collision base size is multiplied by the particle's effective scale. Okay, that could be nice. Might be harder to detect collision with the smaller rock pieces, but easier with the big ones. play the game and bring every window to the top? You mean like, let's see, how can I do it? Like this, you mean? This one. Okay. Close this one. Can't press F7. Maybe if I do this. No. But I can click pause here. F9. Okay, so if I go this one, host, no. This one, host, F9. Okay, that works. Yeah, F9 worked on this one at least. This is the one. F7 didn't work, but that's only for the editor, I guess. The mining scene, this one. The particle. Rigid, friction, bounce. I just turned on the scale. Visibility. This one. Try it like this. Scale. Let's turn off collision scale again. Yeah, I don't get it either. It might be like a... I don't know, can I actually see the game scene while I'm playing? I would like to see the yellow outlines of all the particles in game to see how they actually look. Maybe the collision box. No, I don't think it had to be a sibling either. But maybe the issue arises when you get like I import different mining blocks as scenes to my game. Maybe that's when the issue arises. Block break. Alright, no problem, Kurt. So again, this works with the... So each block just has an outer block you collide with. This has a GPU collision box, yeah. The GPU particles needs a GPU something collision. I'm using a GPU collision box. Like, it is the same size, about the same size as the mining block itself. But it's something I don't understand with the AABB thing. The visibility AABB. I think it has to override with the collision box. If the collision box should count, you know, like if a collision box were outside the AABB, I don't think it's gonna count. when you put it inside, it should count. But then there's the issue that if I make this AABB box too big, then it doesn't seem to count in-game. It works in the editor, but not in-game. It could be, maybe it's cold or something, like no, I don't know. I don't know why it doesn't move when it's bigger in-game. So if I have it this size, right, it's so small that if I break a block up here, the blocks are gonna fall through the roof down here, because it's gonna be outside the visibility AABB boundaries of the block I break. If we do the boundaries like I guess it's height, make it higher and place it down here, for example. This could have allowed us to get blocks further down, but it's not. I'm not sure if this is gonna work. Maybe. Okay, so this might be a size it's comfortable with. Okay, so this size actually works, it seems. No, some of the time. Not all the time. Maybe if you are in it, it gets cold. I don't think so. Could be though, of course. If I'm in it, it gets cold. If that would be the case, nah, I'm definitely standing inside it. Sometimes when I break the blocks now. Not quite it. Can you make the collider visible? Yes, I can do that. But I'm not sure how to do it exactly, but I can like visualize it with a mesh. This is now fairly bigger than the collider, and it's tied to the collider, so when the collider gets removed, this block gets removed as well. Yeah, here it fell through. No idea why. There's obviously a collider down there. Didn't catch it for some reason. This one fell through, no idea why. This one fell through. Rescaling the collider. The block. Well, I am scaling the mining block, which which will scale the collider, but they're scaled in unison, if that makes sense. I'm scaling the mining block, and this is a child, so it should scale as well. Non-uniform scaling does not work. Okay, non-uniform. So as long as you scale it like X, Y, and Z equally, it should be fine, right? Yeah, I do. Like, it's the block spawner that scales them. And it scales it all by the same side. Yeah, I have no experience with this either, unfortunately. I'm still just playing around with it, but how it feels to me is that the bigger this visibility AABB becomes, then the more bugs I'm gonna see. Basically. Whatever, let's do 666. Three. No. Get back here, you. Oh, this is the width. Okay, that makes sense. -3. Like now it's pretty big, and now there's a lot of stuff falling through, right? But not always. But yeah. See if it's big, but let's place it a bit further down. should maybe ask at Brackeys Discord channel, to be honest. Maybe they could help, since he just released a video on this thing. Note particle process material dot collision mode must be particle rigid or particle collision hide on contact on the GPU particles process material for collision to work. Yep, good checkup. It's set to rigid at the moment. The thing is, right, the collision does work, but it's behaving very weird when I make the view AABB view larger. But basically, if I have this yellow zone, that's the AABB view thing. If that does not overlap with the collision box, the particles doesn't seem to collide either, so that's also a problem, right? So if it's too big, if it's a problem, if it's too small, it's a problem. Like if this is just a tiny zone somewhere, it's not gonna collide with anything, I think. So it seems like this visibility zone, it plays two roles. Role one is that if you look at somewhere in this zone, the particles stay on the screen. If you don't look at this zone at all, the particles are called, you know. But the second role it seems to play is that it has to overlap with the collision box for the particles to see the collision box. You imagine it might have to do with FPS editor, and game might run different frame rates. Maybe the particles get updated in different rates. Okay. I feel like that maybe that would make more sense if it didn't work when we set the specific size of the AABB zone. But now it does work on certain sizes, and on other sizes it doesn't work, which is like a bit weird. We do have something which is close to what we want though, like this size seems to be like acceptable, and it I think we have to go pretty far down before it doesn't catch them. Maybe these ones. Yeah, these ones, you know. 1-2 blocks, so just out of vision. That's fine. I think we might just keep it like this, but it's of course it would be good. Of course it would be good if we understood fully how this worked, so that we wouldn't run into other issues in the future. I mean, you could just make them fizzle out over time, so it's obvious they go through a long fall. They do get removed after a lifetime automatically as well. That's what you mean? So you mean, for example, change the size from, set the size at spawn and then change it down to 0 as they get removed, or reduce the alpha value as they fall until they're like gone? Yeah, that's a workaround, which I could tweak. I could tweak such a workaround. Let me just check that I don't share any names from Discord. I'm gonna check Brackeys community here. And then I'm gonna ask them if they have any idea. I guess we could take the picture. The collision here. Yes. Streamer Discord. I think it might be on, but I know I turn it off sometimes, so it is on, yeah. Brackeys. Help chat. I made a mining block. When it breaks, it triggers GPU particles 3D, and it removes the GPU particles collision box. The falling particles will collide with any other mining blocks, GPU particles, collision box 3D, if they are within the what was it called, the view AABB visibility AABB's range. However, I am encountering a bug in game that if the visibility ABB is set to be too large, none of the particles collide anymore. I was able to find the value here where I can detect collisions up to about 3 blocks down. Any larger than this and it stops working. The blocks are all next to each other. Like in Minecraft. Any idea what's happening? Let's see if they can answer. Outsource the problem. Chatty Pete. Yeah. He is pretty chatty. Maybe I should start calling it Chatty Pete as well then. Make you more insane. It could be interesting to see like how it would interact if you make the block smaller now. Let's see. Scripts, block spawner, block size. So it's the same issue still. But now, since the blocks are smaller, I just want to know, like, would it be able to handle a slightly bigger visibility zone now that the blocks are smaller, or is it still going to be the same problem? So let's increase it to double. 4, 4, 6. -2, -4, -2, something like this. Thought you would say that. Ah, let me in. It still seems like it's bugging more, right? It's going more through the floor now for sure. So it's already too big. But in like in reality, this collider is now still smaller than what it was, because I made the blocks 4 times smaller, then I made the collider twice as big. So the collider is basically half the size of what it was, but the problems are starting to occur a lot more frequent. So maybe it's the amount of GPU colliders that it's not able to handle. You actually unfollowed. Ah, you still stay the mod, I see. Update. I ran a test where I made the blocks 4 times smaller and the this GPU particles visibility AABB made twice as large. Since it's also scaled, it's still half the size of what it was. But the problems still, but it still missed a lot of colliders this way, which could point to the fact that the number of collision box GPU particles collision box 3D inside the visibility AABB might be a factor. Still have no idea. Put some wood in the oven again. Make sure I don't get cold. Someone mentioned you stay mod if you unfollow. I wanted to see for myself. I see. All right. Increased fixed FPS in the GPU particles node, which will perform collision checks more often. Fixed FPS in the GPU particle node. Okay. Like one of these layers seem like they ignore the collisions right now. Like this specific layer here. Okay, these are not scaled. It's funny. Like, isn't that weird? Like this single layer here, it ignores all the collision for some reason. Well, now it's... Yeah, definitely one of these layers seem very prone to ignoring the collisions though. Okay. Anyways. The FPS didn't help. Turn down the lifetime a little bit. We can put this back to where it was. 232 at what we could do actually is to keep it a bit could keep it a little lower. Maybe get another block in height. So for example, minus 3.5 minus 3. Minus 3.4. Yep. Like that. -1. No, sorry. I'm changing the wrong things here. Like this. This might help us get another block in distance down without increasing the size. Stupid balls. Go away. Okay, moment of truth. How far will these fall? Okay. That one worked. So if we are able to scale this up and it's still working, that would be good enough, I think. Hello, Nexus Null Dev. Welcome. How are you doing today? Seems solid, literally. Yep. That's what we want, right? Like this honestly could work when we, especially when we scale the blocks a little more. I think this might be fine, yeah. I remember you had a suggestion, Stolen ID, if it was not someone else, that I would make the mining block smaller, right? and faster to break. Maybe this is a good time to test that a little bit. I am a soft body. I see. Let's see if we try the mining blocks at a bit of a different size. We can do the block spawner 1.5. We want to find the size where we can fit in the hole, I guess. Something like this. When there are this small, we might want the particles that spawn to be smaller or less in quantity. Yeah, and then we would just either scale down these iron things, or we would make only one of them drop from a single block or something like that. Now the blocks are very Minecraft sized, I guess you could say. Minecraft and Hytale both use these sizes for the blocks. One thing that I thought could be really interesting if I made the blocks smaller like this is if we're gonna have the mining actually become a lot stronger over time as you buy upgrades. We could have some kind of upgrades which makes the pickaxe do a bit of AoE damage, you know? Could be interesting. 1.5-ish for Minecraft size. The blocks in Minecraft and Hytale might still be slightly smaller. It's hard to tell. I think they are quite accurate here. This is probably very similar. I think the block size should be 10. Here we go. Okay. So here's some sea fighting going on, right? Let's take a look if we can fix that next. I believe Brackeys did say something about sea fighting, actually. Okay, so AABB size. Should make a note of how that works actually, so we don't forget it. Visibility AABB had to overlap with GPU collision blocks, GPU particles collision boxes in order for the particles to collide with them. Too large AABB created issues for the mining blocks for some reason. We defined a good size where it worked consistently. So in the VFX section, process material, where's the AABB size? It's on drawing on the GPU particle. So the drawing, visibility AABB, controls, the zone you have to look at for the particles to render. Any GPU colliders have to overlap with this zone for the particles to interact with them, collide with them. Okay. What about something in between? How would that look? It's a pretty big decision in the end. How big are we gonna make these blocks? I think the only way to really get a good answer is to get a bit further in development and then playtest with multiple people and see what is the best perception. But this is probably the safest bet, like the Minecraft sized blocks. because that's what you know that works, right? You know people enjoy that. Okay, sea fighting. I got lost a bit here. Let's see. Sea fighting issues. Particles may flicker. Well, the first goal for today was to have the particles collide with the mining blocks, which I would say we have been semi-successful with. So the next step is going to be to try to solve the sea fighting issues where the particles flicker when they're on top of each other. Then I might move on to trying to make an effect for explosions when the missiles hit the target. I don't know if you have seen my absolutely amazing explosions that I'm currently using though. Have you actually taken a good look at those? Because they are impressive, to be honest. I'm gonna show you. World-class VFX right there. Let's take a look. Here goes the missile. There's the explosion. Look at that. Yeah, this explosion is world class. Hard to tell the difference between like a real explosion and this explosion. So yeah, we might both realistic basically, indeed. So we might try to make it even better with the VFX from Brackeys tutorial. That's probably, I don't think we will be able to do more than these two things, but I have some other things lined up as well, such as it would be really cool. I'm not exactly sure what kind of effect I would want, but I want some effect when we are mining, like on impact effect basically. So it makes the mining more interesting, feel better. I know, like for example, Hightail, it has like the blocks that rotate a little bit as they get hit, like wobble a little bit. I could have like maybe pieces of rock. You see how the rock breaks into many pieces? I could have like a couple of pieces fly off every time you hit, which would be cool. So mining break particles during on hit. But I anticipate that we're gonna be working on sea fighting issues and get halfway done with explosions, but we'll see. spawn particle effect from collision point when 4 hit triggers. Remember to queue free particle effect after dot finished. This is like a thing that I didn't quite think about in when I watched Brackeys tutorial, but the fact that when you instantiate the particle effect and it plays through. So let's say, for example, we have our mining block here. It spawns these things. When they are gone, the particle effect still lives. It's not emitting anymore because it's not like it's a one-shot, right? But if it wasn't a one-shot, it would just keep going like this, right? But it's a one-shot, so it goes once, and but the node still exists. The particle still exists. So you have to queue free this particle, or if it's gonna stay in the scene, that's fine. But let's say that you would spawn an effect every time a machine gun shot would hit, and you didn't queue free the particle effect, then you would bloat the scene with like these hidden particle effects every single shot that never go away. I just for some reason in my head I thought like, oh yeah, when this particle effect is done playing, it's gone, but it's not gone. It's still there. So yeah, I have to remember to do that when I add it, both the explosions and when I spawn particle effects on hit from the mining pickaxe. Okay, I got distracted again for the second time. Let's see if we can understand this sea fighting. Brackeys, sea fighting. Yeah, I had some Q3 issues this weekend. Still refactoring my code to be foolproofed, so proofed against me. Yeah, at the moment my states aren't guaranteed to clean after themselves. I see. Yeah, it's something to be aware of. Otherwise you get like these leaks that just keeps growing and you'll end up crashing eventually. And sometimes you don't notice it until you have like a really long play session. For me, it's more of an issue that the previous state execution might still be partially active or not properly reset, which messes things up for other states, etc. It's a whole mess, hence the refactor. I see. So you're working with like a pooling system maybe, and then that's where the state resetting happens. I have a node-based state machine. Okay. Storing a lot of states basically. And the nodes never go away. Okay. Each game mode is a state. And the same thing gets inherited to a player state machine. Each action player can take is a state, like moto, celebrate. Okay. I think I understand enough to understand the type of problem, even though I can't visualize entirely how it works, but that's fine. If one state doesn't clean properly, it's a nightmare to debug, because two systems use the same base classes. Okay. Are you far along in your project? Like, did you work on it a lot? Or is it like a new project you're working on? Avoiding C fighting, visual instance sorting offset. Ah yeah, but that was kinda to avoid C fighting from two different types of particle effects, wasn't it? I think it was. So that might not actually help me, so I might be in trouble. Ay. And it might be more for like billboarding as well. Emission shape offset. No, that's not a visual instance. Sorting here, this one, 0.1. We have to spawn way more to see the sea fighting in action though. 5,000. Is it fixed or is it just that it doesn't happen in the editor? It seems like it just doesn't happen in the editor, to be honest. Your stream overlay, it's a continuous and ongoing regret. One day I was like, I want to make a small game for my viewers for fun. Now I have written custom shaders, a shop system, a web build, character customization, Twitch, OBS, and mix it up with integration. Oh my. And I'm currently transitioning it into a full-blown overlay with multiple sub-activities rather than just a snail race. I feature creeped myself into a whole different project. You should tell me when you're streaming sometime if I can join playing that game, so I can see what it is. So what's going on? When is the sea fighting starting though? It's in the corners. So it's they seem to be like above the block beneath, you know? Still maybe that's something to do with the overlapping colliders. Maybe it gets confused by that. Let's do a test where we just make the collision box a bit smaller. And I gotta stop spawning these enemies so frequently. They're annoying. Every Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday. So tomorrow then. Or is it Tuesday today actually? Yeah, it's Tuesday. So you're streaming today then? Nice. At what time are you streaming? Like Central European time? I have to make the lifetime longer so I can actually observe what's happening here. Particles. Life. Whatever, 12 seconds is fine. That wasn't 12 seconds. I Q3 the mining block. Let's see. Mining block. Q3. Or don't I Q3? Ah, it's in the animation maybe. Yeah, 3 seconds, okay. Let's make it 10 seconds. Okay, let's take a look. Okay, so it's definitely only on the edges. This auto mining is annoying. Let's see. Player interactions. Don't need to hold to interact. Yes, I want to. Okay. So it's these on the edges. They're flipping out like crazy. So it's when they collide on the right and below, like when they collide sideways, but they also collide. No, these are flipping out as well. Let's see. But there is in between blocks. That's where the problem lies, at least. Actually make it a bit wider than the mining block just to check that. I have to make sure I actually saved. So these are still bugging out. Yeah, it's flickering where the colliders meet, basically. Let's see, what if I had it like 3 in size? Now they should properly overlap with the next block. Actually 4 in size. Now the overlap should go all the way to the middle of the block. How did I change the Y as well? No, it's the side blocks, okay. Let's see. Okay, so it's no problem on like the completely flat area on top here now. Seems. Here it's super buggy. Epilepsy warning. Okay. You start in 9 hours. My life is work, nap, stream, sleep, repeat. 7:30. Okay. 9 hours in my place. It's almost 12. 8 or 9 p.m. then. Well, it's still larger than the mining block, right? Or how big is the mining block itself? Block mesh. I should just add something. Box mesh. And then look at the collider here. Yeah. Collider is larger, right? I wonder why. This is scale 1. Collision shape. Scale 1. Block mesh. Size 1. Here, 0.5. Okay. Why is there a yellow zone? And what's a yellow zone on the collider? Is that like a AABB thing as well? It's a size. What is the yellow thing? Is it the mesh? It was the mesh, okay. No, it's still a yellow outline. I wonder what that is. Could be an hour different. It's like the same time zone as Belgium here. So how can I solve this collision issue in the corners? Maybe I can solve it similarly to how I solve it sticking to the roof. Maybe it doesn't stick much to the roof. Some of it sticks to the roof. So what if I had the collider just like... Then it's non-uniform scaling though. That might create issues. But let's try it. Position it just 0.25 up and run it like this. The idea is that when the rocks fall on the floor, they're not gonna be trying to interact with the collider on the next to it, because the collider starts like here on the middle of the block. So it will still be able to recognize on top when blocks try to fall on top of it. Maybe. Yeah, obviously, because it falls on top here. But the bottom half is not going to be a collider. Like that allows these blocks to roll into the block next to it. But that's actually a lot better than it twitching out like crazy, right? So this is with 5,000 particles. So it's really good that we don't have any sea fighting there. If you do like 50, which is maybe more appropriate for, maybe a bit more, maybe 200. Something a bit more appropriate for this size of block. I think maybe I can still see some issues. There's a lot less. I think it's just when they calm down. So it might actually not be the sea fighting right now. Now it might be the bounce issue. Like it's trying to do like these mini bounces. And then it just ends up looking like it's freaking out. Still a little bit the same. Maybe it's the direction they land. Like you have these triangles, right? basically I don't think the triangles ever accept landing like this. Like it just doesn't happen. They flip over, right? And I wonder if it's this act of flipping over that causes them to twitch before they settle. We can test the finish thing maybe. Basically the particles should have like a finished signal, which plays when their effect ends. Do we have a reference to the particles? No, not really. They are GPU particles 3D. We can await GPU particles finished and then Q3 finish. Yeah. And then we just make sure we make the GPU particles last shorter than the animation. So if they are gone after 3 seconds now, we know it worked. Okay, so it works. That's cool. We can listen to the signal of the particles being done with their shenanigans and then we Q3. Not sure. Not sure if I like this. I tried the animation player this time and I think it's good to practice with it a little bit, but I still much more prefer to do things in code. But yeah. I think the only thing we have to do is set the emitting to true or something like that. And then we can delete this. Let's see, it has to Q3 the mining block. It has to emit the particles. Yeah. Let's just delete this thing. Play on a null value, that's fine. Like this. Kill the animation player, okay. You're doing gameplay, so today is clear obscure. Programming might happen on the weekend again. Okay. Clear obscure. Expedition 33. Or another game. I don't know if they made any others. Expedition 33. I'm gonna try that one with my wife sometime. I think it looks really good. Ah, yeah, true. I'll watch in the weekend then. Come here, blocks. No, my balls are too big. I can't get them out. So I think I'll call this a success for the e-fighting issues, but avoid overlapping colliders, avoid particles interacting with multiple colliders at the same time. Still rare flickering. That's all I think I'm gonna accept it like it is for now and move on to the next one. Does your doctor know about this? Which part? Not sure if I follow. I'm too embarrassed to talk about it with my doctor. Only the stream. Only the world, the internet. If my doctor comes to my stream, then he will know. So let's try explosion for missiles. Now that I think about it, that's gonna be like maybe an entire day's project. I'm not sure. It depends. Because we have to learn how to implement the animations on the particle. But we might also have to make multiple overlapping particles. Like he was showing a shockwave and like fire, smoke, whatever. Hello Swabby, your doctor here. I'll take care of you in our next session. Okay. With the winking emote. Nice. Very professional. Maybe I should do the mining one. It's like this one will reuse what I already just learned. It will be a bit of reinforcement learning, but I don't know. New particle utilizing an animation from one of Brackeys' flipbooks. Explosion VFX. Very lucky. Animated particles. Animated particles use what we call a flipbook, a bunch of textures showing the textures at different points in its lifetime. Imagine 8 images making a running animation or a burning fire animation. Draw passes. Pass 1 the material, click material albedo, drag the flipbook in the albedo texture slots. So we have drawing, was it? Yes, I use AI to help me learn how to code GD script. I also use it for multiple tasks, both in real life and in my projects. But I never use it. I never use it like in the game. I don't use like art from AI, but I use it like a tool to learn and help me figure out stuff, basically. Unfortunately, AI is not that good with GD script. Drag the flipbook. Chatty Pete. Okay, draw passes. Pass 1, the material. Pass 1, and here we need the flipbook. So we take a look at our import Brackeys flipbooks. And here we have like explosions. We have this one. We have this one. Which one is most? This one starts smaller, like it's. This one is already in a fire state immediately. You can't like let it run your code, but it can help analyze stuff for sure. It's a bit convoluted with GDScript solutions though. Yeah, for sure. You definitely want to use like prompt for the GPT, where you tell it what version you're working with. You make sure it checks the current documentation of GDScript and stuff when it gives you any solution, things like that. Helps a little bit, but it's still not perfect. We have fire, we have explosions. We could use both of them, of course. Also, I think it's easy to swap between them. So... And here is another one. This is like the circle, which you could use as a shockwave. Ah, this dirt is interesting. That could maybe be used for my broken blocks, actually, instead of using my pre-made stuff, my triangles that I made. There's a lot of cool stuff here in Brackeys pack. Star. Okay. Pre-drawn. Big hit. Blood impact. Charge. I don't know if you guys checked out Brackeys tutorial, but it was really cool to see how you can actually use a lot of 2D textures even in 3D space for the particles, as long as you use the billboard effect. It looks really good. So the billboard effect just makes the particles face your camera, right? And you can choose like if you want to rotate them only on the y-axis or the ball axis. Let's try this one. So we go back to our explosion. We passed explosion 2. No. That was not allowed. What kind of mesh should we have there? Click material albedo. Does it matter? Let's do a sphere and then material, then find albedo. Here. Albedo. This is where we're supposed to add it. Make sure billboard. Okay, so it uses billboard. If we're using billboard, we probably want to use quad mesh instead. Quad mesh. Material. Albedo. Explosion. Okay. Make sure billboard is set to particle billboard plus keep scale. Billboard should be set to particle and keep scale. player, weapons. VFX. You have been considering transform from 2D into 3D with billboarding. It worked really well in Brackeys video, how we did it. So let's see if we can make it work here as well. Particles animation, H frames and V frames must be set to match the number of images making up the texture flipbook. Age frames. This one. Seems like we have 5 by 5. I also think we might still have to do something about like an alpha value. I think we have to make an alpha value on the material to get rid of the background on the quad mesh, something like that. Material transparency in blend mode. B multiplied alpha. That's all I noted on that one. Billboarding quad meshes. Drawing, transform a line, set billboard plus Y, billboard velocity. Well, this looks great. This is just like a real explosion. Boom! Boom! So I think we're still missing something. Should not be under scripting. It shouldn't be visual trick here. Shouldn't be anything with animation player. Set culling mode to back. So let's see. Oh, it's a bit. If the mesh is facing us, then maybe that's not necessary. I don't know. Draw. process material. Speed 1. Maybe I have to increase the amount. No. I might have to go back and watch his video actually. Let's look at our must-have. Mount, lifetime, one-shot, reprocess, explosiveness. None of these. Vertex color. Particle process material. I don't have a particle process material. That's a problem. Oh my god. So stupid. Here, animation, speed. Maybe that helps. Okay, we're getting somewhere. Now we turn this to 1. We turn the velocity. Zero. No. Wait. Spawn. Velocity. 0. No, still not. The initial velocity is 0. Shouldn't that make it not move? What is making it fall? directional. Acceleration, gravity. There we go. Okay. No, we have to try to remember how to get rid of the background there. But also, let's try to fix the animation list here. Quad mesh, click material, albedo, drag the flickbook in. Particle billboard plus keep scale. Set these things, and we must also add we can write it here, I guess. Must have setup. We do have it here actually. Must have setup. Turn off gravity if it should stand still. Okay. I guess we could just try. Go to the material. Here, draw passes. Okay. Material. Transparency. Alpha. Okay. Now it's starting to look pretty good, right? You can scale the size with things like AoE eventually as well. Okay. Did I maybe? Let's let's keep it as a node 3D, the parent, and then we can add more effects to the explosion later, easier. I wonder though, you could probably just use a sub emitter as well, right? Might be a bit tricky to get the timing. Might be a bit tricky to get the timing right with a sub emitter. I'm not sure like what the options you have are. I know it's one of them is like collision, but could depend. Ugh. Make a script, explosion VFX, make a reference to our main explosion particle. Then trigger explosion. Set the emitting to true, and then we can await the finish, and then we can queue free the node. Might have to change the timing of the queue free depending on what else we add to the explosion effect. Oh, but for now this is correct, I think. Then we drag the particle in here. So I think the only thing that explodes in our game at the moment is the missile launcher. And specifically the missile, I guess. So let's see explosion. Currently we're getting explosion effect from the pool manager. Even though we're using a pool, we're doing queue free because multiplayer and pools. If I'm gonna make pools in multiplayer next time, I'm gonna have it so that pools are being generated on all the clients as well, and then trigger instances from the pool with the RPC calls from the server. That way everyone will have their own instance of the pool object. But yeah, it's a bit It's a bit weird working with pools and multiplayer. Because the multiplayer spawners get super confused when you reuse things from the pool over and over. Okay, so we can replace the explosion effect in our pool. Then we can add the child here, that's fine. Don't know about this one. Maybe I should just RPC. This is the old explosion. Let's just make a new explosion for now, and let's get a reference to the correct explosion scene. New explosion scene. Fact scene. Okay. We instantiate the scene, we add it to wherever really. Guess we can make a node for it. VFX node. And we add the child. And we do explosion node here. Okay. Alright, scene 30 stall 90. We move it to the missile's location, and then we can do explosion node. What did we call the function? Trigger explosion. Okay. Then we can RPC this like that. New RPC, new explosion. Now we want the enemies to spawn faster again. Okay, world spawner, 10 seconds. Instantiate on a null value, okay. So we go to missile scene, close tabs. Let's see, missile scene, and then we need a reference to the new explosion. This one. We have explosion VFX. Like that. Okay. Invalid access to property or key finish on the base object of GPU particles 3D. Is it finished? Yeah, it's finished, right? Okay. What's up with all this exploding down here? It's the... Huh? Oh, the missiles aren't getting removed. I see. It's funny. It's a bit cool with these mini explosions as well, but okay, so we missed the sound and we missed the... We should make the explosion bigger, right? Bigger sound. Missile should disappear when the explosion is over. Main explosion particle. So I think what we can do on our missile is go explosion node, main explosion particle dot finished, and await that to happen before we queue free. Hopefully this will make it so that the missile waits for the explosion to be over and then deletes itself. Honestly, that still gives the missile time to wreak havoc, though. It should be deleted as soon as the explosion is triggered. Yeah. We need sound. So this is VFX. Then we need SFX. We could do the sound effects on the explosion as well, though. It might make more sense to do that. We go to the explosion and we add like audio stream player, I guess. Just name it something like explosion. And we should have, yeah, here we have explosion sound. Let's see if it's might be a little loud. Okay. To make a reference to that one. Explosion sound effect. Audio stream player. Also, anytime I make a sound effect, I have to remember to set the bus correct. Like you can choose to have a music bus, sound effect bus, things like that. Bus. Sound effect, okay. And then, as soon as we start the animation, we do the sound effect, play. So let's just do it in front. Okay, play on a null value, so we go here, take away this, add this, save it, play it. Ooh, fancy. It seems like it. I understand what's happening. Okay. It is because we add the VFX here. Since the VFX is a child node of the missile, it will be queue-freed together with the missile. So we have two options. Either we set the VFX to a separate location, or we turn off the rest of the missile functionality when it collides. I don't know. Both will work. It's probably easier to move the VFX node, but it's probably a bit cleaner, I guess, to have it here. I don't know. Okay, let me try something. So we delete this one, go to the script, we add it to the missile spawner root node, and then all of this. We run only on the server. And then we instead RPC on trigger explosion, I guess. How would that look? We would have to go to the spawner route of the missile. Or it's connected multiplayer spawner, I guess. See, where is it? Here. And we would have to add new explosion. That looks so stupid because it's so tiny. Wonder how to tweak the size of a particle like this. I guess we could tweak the size of the node. Would do the same trick, right? But it's a vector 3 size, no? Size. Am I even writing it correct size? Yeah, okay, size. Or doesn't Node 3D have a size maybe? Scale. Scale it has. Now in the missile script we can pass trigger explosion with a size 5, for example. Oh, that didn't work. I guess the scale might not be the correct way to do it. This is a good GPT moment, I guess. There you go. Godot. There we go. GPT prompt. And then we ask, how do we... I have a reference to my this one. And I have a explosion size float. How do I scale the particle based on explosion size? Main explosion particle scale. Okay. So it does a 1, 1, 1 vector and multiplies it by the scale. I guess that's one way to uniformly do it. Didn't work though. Unlucky. Print explosion size. Three seconds, that's fine. The explosion size is 5, but the scaling obviously doesn't work. So let's go back to the GPU particle. Let's see what would actually scale it. And then we can have ChatGPT make the correct reference based on that. So here we have the explosion. See the process material, position angle, mission shape scale. Is that it? 5, 1. No. It's not it. Mission point. Display scale, that's probably it. Yeah, that's it. What I have to edit seems to be process material, GPU particles 3D, process material. Display, scale, min and max. Oh yeah. So we make a reference to the material, and then we scale it. We should make it unique though, I think. We can try it like this first, but we probably want it to be unique. Okay. The explosion seems to be working, but it seems like the smoke is a little overpowering when it's far away. Or it's not bright enough, I guess. No. Wonder if we could scale it over time. I know we can scale it over time. I wonder if it's gonna be any good. Okay, so this is at spawn, I think. scale curve. That's what we might need. So we can say that it starts at like 20% and then it scales up to 100%. Might be a little extreme. Say it starts at 50. So the idea there is that the smoke floats further out, I guess. There might be a good spot, I think. It does kind of disappear abruptly. Yeah, it does. So in order to fix that, we would have to do something like change the alpha or something. Change the visibility over time. Alpha curve. No, it seems like that doesn't do anything. Maybe emission. Again, doesn't seem to really do anything. Nothing of these change anything. This worked. Scale. Pretty sure. Yeah, that works. And it's gonna be a bit easier to debug this if we go to the missile launcher and then we set it up to target the closest. Might have to do it on this missile launcher though. Range zone target. Targeting method closest. Okay, so it's looking okay now. The sound is low. Up the sound. The colors are not bright enough from a distance. Let's see what we can do. Emission. I think we have to change it here. Emission on. And then the emission color, you can do something like bright orange, something like that. Maybe a bit more, maybe white, red. I don't know. Okay, dude. That actually makes it super ugly. What if it's all white? How does that look? Okay. Okay. I think if it starts off super bright and then slows down fast, I think that might be good. Let's see. Curve 1 and then straight down to 0 at like 0.25 seconds. That's a problem, right? I think this thing is changing the process material here. And it seems like this is not really the same thing, you know? Add, multiply, add. Why is it slower when... It's not slower, it's just more visible, I guess. Okay. So, particle process material. This is different than this one. I wonder how to fix that. When I change emission of the draw passes pass 1, the GPU particles will change emission, but the particle process material seems to be separate and changing and making plus changing a curve, color curve of emission. And the process material doesn't affect the look of the particle. Any way to solve it? I didn't turn on use as albedo. Ooh. I remember that's something that I have to do. Pretty sure. Yeah. Damn. Okay, so use as albedo. That setting. Where do we find it? Here. Vertex color. So draw passes, pass 1, material. Draw passes, pass 1, material. vertex color. Use as albedo true. Okay. Still doesn't seem to make any difference though. The mission still doesn't seem to take hold. And the color I set here has nothing to do with albedo down there. Adding a cheeky little light to the explosion might make it more visible from further away. Doesn't help that much though. Yo, Wolfware Dev. Indeed, it did. It was very cool to see how particles worked. Even though I'm not quite able to work with them yet. How are you doing, man? You're doing well. Day 1 of an entirely reversed sleep schedule. Well, that's probably gonna be the toughest day then. Then it's gonna be better and better. Does it work in multiplayer though? No. Could it be that it's at the wrong position? Yes, it spawns here, okay. Ocean position. Well, maybe I'm allowed to set it before I spawn it in the multiplayer spawner. Or maybe I can just sync it. Okay, so it's being synced. Now the only question is it gonna show up here for a millisecond before it gets synced? Yes, it is. And so is the missiles actually. I don't like these multiplayer spawners and their positioning issues. Seems like position is kind of fixed on this one. I wonder if I do the same for the missiles. Problem is, it's always difficult to know, like, are you allowed to set the position before you add it as a child of the scene or not? And like, is the multiplayer spawner actually gonna translate this position that you set to the node before you add it to the spawner? Is it gonna give it to everyone or not? It's always difficult to know. So initialize missile. Where do I actually add it to the scene? Here. Now I could try doing all of these things before I add it to the scene. But then the chances are that some of these values are not going to be shared in the multiplayer spawner, and it's going to mess stuff up. But if I can do only the position, then at least the missile is not going to blink at 0, 0, 0 before it gets moved. Now there's no missile spawning here. If we go up here, there's errors though. What are the errors? Yeah, I see. Maybe it allows like a transform, yeah. How can I set transform position of missile before adding it to the root node of the multiplayer spawner? Honestly, I think I'll try to stay away from multiplayer spawners. They seem to... They do have some stuff that work, don't get me wrong. Okay. We can try a global transform here. And we can try the same thing here. Ah. Yeah, this as well. Like when I add it to a spawner, I should use these unique names for the nodes as well. I don't know what kind of cheating people can do though if you RPC call stuff from the server, like then the client is actually doing spawning. Is it gonna matter? Like, multiplayer spawners, man. I should make a section for it and try to make some notes on what works and what doesn't work. But if an object synchronizes position, if an object which synchronizes position is spawned through a multi-layer spawner, it will typically show up on other clients 000 position for 1 frame. Avoid this by setting the transform of the object before adding it to the multiplayer spawner route. Yeah. Still bugs. Oh no. On despawn. Error unauthorized. Right, so when it's spawned in a multiplayer spawner, the explosion queue-free should only be done by the server, of course. Have multiplayer server do this thing. Wonder if I can mute some of my editors so that the music and sound effects aren't duplicated when I test multiplayer. Sure if I remember exactly where we changed. So we have multiple. Project settings, maybe. Maybe it will understand what I'm asking. Maybe not. True, I can say if I can make a script that mutes the game if we are not the server. Yeah. Let's see. Dev settings. Mute game client. This is something like tools, I guess, but scene shaders and testing. Dev tools. Mute game clients. Create. If not, multiplayer server. Mm-hmm. block break. Cannot call queue freed on previously freed instance. Let's see, block break. Queue free. Okay, so where are the GPU particles spawned? Let's see, so this exists on the mining block. The mining block exists on yeah, it did seem like the sound correct. Still error. Here as well. Yeah, I guess I didn't test much in multiplayer now that I think about it. When the health goes to 0, block break. Kinda looks like it should be called as an RPC, but let's see what's going on here. Block spawn manager, that's fine. That's fine. This is then something everyone should do, I guess. Disable invisible, yeah? Well, this is probably shared when the server does it. Could be that we have to okay. Bit messy. I wonder if the worst thing I can do is actually what I'm doing right now, where I use multiplayer spawners, but combine it with RPC calls? I don't know. This can probably be synchronized. And so can this probably. Mining block collider disabled. Like if I go to the mining block. Block mesh. Visible. That's one. And then it's mining block collider. Collision shape. Disabled. These can be reliable changes. Like that. Then these are not needed. This is only run on the server anyways. Okay, so now there's no need to RPC this one. Block break animation. The particles emitting. Wonder if I can share that. I would have to go synchronizer, add property to sync, GPU particles emitting, like that. Okay, so if that can be shared, then I can just do it like this. Await, view free, remove this. And then, now everything should run on the server. See if it works. My bad. I can't remove the disable and stuff from here, of course. It seems to be working, but there might be an issue when someone connects late. Is that it? No? Felt like it was just crashing, but why? Maybe I should stop spawning a million enemies. Okay, I'm happy with the explosions now. For now, adding a little Omni light when the explosion happens helps a little bit with the seeing the flames from the explosion from further away. Oi! Yo, Big's Place, welcome. It's been a while. It goes well, I think. I'm trying to learn like VFX from Brackeys' new tutorial. You should check it out if you haven't. It's really cool. He's basically explaining how particles work. So you see this these things that pop out, the rocks. Those are particles. They cost like nothing. You could spawn like a million of these, it doesn't matter. And you need like a special collider for them to land on though. But this is cool. I can break the blocks like this. I like it very much. And then I added these explosions here. Which are pretty cool, I guess. These are also made by Brackeys. The explosions, they are not I had to do some tweaking and making the, what is it called? I had to like implement it myself, but the textures are made by Brackeys. The textures of the explosion that are used for the animation here. Those are the two things I've been working on today and yesterday. I tried making smaller blocks as well. I still have to do something about the size of these pebbles or the amount of pebbles that drop though when I use those small blocks. Let's see. Do they work in GL compatibility mode or are they limited to deferred plus? I am not sure. So what is the difference? What's GL compatibility mode and deferred plus? A true deferred renderer, G buffer based. Does see what we are using here. We are using GPU particle 3D nodes. GPU particle 3D nodes work with GL compatibility mode and deferred plus. You use GL compatibility because my target Machi doesn't fully support a bunch of newer features on account of it using decade-old integrated graphics. Okay. So it would be important for you then. It's something that's pretty easy to figure out, I guess. Like if you want to test it, setting up particle thingy is pretty fast. I think you just go Control A, like make a node, GPU particle. Then you have to add like the mesh and stuff. Box mesh. Yeah, that's all you need actually, yeah. Then you see if it works. You can add this looping thing to your game and see if it works. I like this. This is the existing block though. This is like the particle part here that I just created. It's just the box mesh that spawns and falls, you know? So yeah, if you want to test it in your game, this one should be pretty fast to make. Wonder if Brackeys channel answered me actually. I was asking them a question. Let's see. Anka. No, doesn't look like anyone really knows. Like I had some issues when this yellow box here, it's the AABB visual box or whatever, visibility AABB. If the pebbles here are gonna recognize any collider, like GPU collider, the collider has to be partly inside of this box here, the yellow box. But when I made this box too big, it didn't work properly in game. It works well in the editor, but in the game, when I spawned a million of these blocks, for some reason, it didn't work. I had to make it pretty small, this area that recognizes the colliders. Wonder, they should maybe stay, either they have to stay a little shorter, or they have to be able to update when the collider below breaks, like this. You can break 2 blocks in pretty quick succession though, so it would be best if I was able to make them fall. This is actually a problem I saw with other types of objects as well, like if I chop down these things, for example, and these are already calm, like they stand completely still, then they don't recognize that the collision block beneath them have been destroyed. Wonder how to solve that actually. No warnings on the node, so it should work fine. On the volumetric fog node, as an example, it warns me that it requires the other node. Mode. Ah, okay. Why can't I hide the script IDE outline? What are you working on, Stolen ID? You're using a script IDE plugin because you don't want the script outline. Okay, you want to move the script to a separate window? Is that what you're talking about? The script outline. Just look asset lib script IDE. Okay. TLS handshake error. Okay, more like an IDE. Tabs are used for navigating the script. Faster navigation. Yeah. Okay, I see. Maybe it makes it more like they have it in Unity then. I think I use Visual Studios or something in Unity. What's wrong with your internet? Oh, I have no idea, man. Is it broken? Handshake errors? Maybe it's just like germophobic. The key feature is the so-called outline. It lets you quickly navigate and sort a script file, but it's always there, hogging the screen real estate. I see. I'm gonna toggle this. Okay. And you have to write your own script if it doesn't exist. Laser 3D. Look at that. Could have just downloaded my laser instead of making it. Oh, maybe it's time for a break actually. I have to put some wood in the oven, I have to make coffee, go to the bathroom, then do like 2 hours more before dinner. I should figure out what I'm gonna do though, so I can think about it during break. Okay. Just double checking that I actually remove the particles. Yeah. If you're still here, Bix Place, when you start using these particles, if you start using them, make sure that anytime you like instantiate a particle and you're done with it, remember to queue free, because even though it stops playing and disappears from the screen, it's there. It will add up quickly if you forget to queue free those. You can do a reference to the particle and await the dot finished signal if you're gonna just queue free when it's done playing. Obvious question, but did you click to the 2D or 3D view at Stolen ID? Ah, you have pets. What kind of pets do you have? Two dogs, two cats. Nice. My sister has 2 dogs. My parents has a dog. I had a cat not too long ago, and I'm probably gonna get another one soon when I move. But I grew up around dogs as well, so those are always, if not my favorite, it's equal to the cats. My wife is a cat person though. She doesn't like walking the dog every day. Neither do I, even though I should probably go outside more than once a week. I think what Stolen ID is talking about is that he has like a menu on his script view, which he wants to toggle on and off. That menu called outline. Yeah. Nice. Oh yeah, I was taking a break. Let me see. I have to write down what I'm gonna do after the break. Queue free the particles. We do that. Blah blah blah. Mining break particles. That's something I would like to try. So basically, what I want to do after is to try to get from the collision point when I'm mining. I want to spawn a little burst of those rocks, maybe tinier than the ones you get when the rock break, but I want them to like bounce out every time you hit the rock. That's what I'm gonna do after the break. But I think the break might be 10 minutes, 15 minutes tops. So, because I'm gonna do multiple things, so I'll be right back in a little bit. Yo. I see you kept each other company. That's good. Spawn particle effect from collision point when ore hit triggers. The collision point is probably well, I can get it from anywhere. I just need a reference to the raycast that is used for mining. Collision point, raycast, collider, collision point. Okay. When ore hit triggers, ore hit triggers. This happens in mining script. We need to make the particle effect. Reuse the one from block break. Change. I wonder how I should do it with the things that spawn though. Change size of pieces. Optimally, I think I would want the direction of pieces of stone flying out when I'm mining to go towards almost where the raycast is coming from, maybe. Or let's say that you are hitting the ore, this block here. Let's say that you're hitting it here. Then I would want the pieces to blow out this way, right? You're hitting it here, I would want them to blow out this way. So the particles, those are the pieces that blow out. Those I can set like a specific angle range that they're gonna blow out, and I can set like a velocity. What I'm guessing I have to do is like use a node 3D, which rotates depending on the angle of the hitting raycast, maybe. and then make like a blowout pattern, which inherits the rotation from this one. A break is on the screen. Thank you. You would advise using bigger font size in OBS instead of making the text bigger. Yeah, that's true. True. Let's see, break. Color alignment. Font size 300. Okay. Break here. Down. Direction, make a node 3D parent, set the parent rotation based on angle of ray cast hitting. Pray and hope that the particles inherit rotation as needed. Paint is a great program. Yeah. So let's see if we can make this work. We'll make a new scene. We'll call it or hit VFX or something. We'll make a particle effect. We should actually just. I want to copy the other particle effect. Just have to be careful that I don't change a resource. Let's see. Mining block, GPU particles. I copy this. Delete the other one. Now. Process material. Make unique recursive. Okay. Now this should be unique at least. But we also have the draw pass. Let's just make that unique recursive as well. I don't trust. I don't trust that I'm gonna make some changes here and I'm gonna mess with the other thing, you know. The particle collision problem? Yo, Kurt. Well, sort of. Like, I basically found let's let's see, mining block. I basically found the biggest scale at which it was still working, and then I moved it down so that it only looks at collisions on the right on the side or below. And I think that solved most of it, you know, like there's this issue that they don't fall when you break the blocks under them, but that's a whole other issue. I think it's pretty good now how it works. I also made an explosion from Brackeys tutorials there. Very cool, very cool. Player mining. I mean, at some point I will probably get a proper and custom setup for that stuff, but the last commission I got done, while reasonable, still wasn't cheap. I see. Okay, 4 hit. Now let's see, let's make them more like 10 pieces. Let's make them a little smaller, last a little shorter. Okay. A little bigger. Okay. Let's reduce the spawn zone, or whatever you want to call it. Not the visibility. Probably here. Spawn, position, shape. Let's do it like 0.1. Something like that. Let's see the angle. Does it actually matter? Don't know if it changes anything. This one, velocity, direction, spread. Now it only goes to the left there. In the X direction. So we probably want it Y direction. Then let's see without the spread. Is this Y? Red? Green is Y. Let us go to the left here. Ah, I didn't change it. Okay, like that. And then we make a little spread on it, like 45. place the collider, or I should say, it's not a collider, it's a visual. AABB. Where is it? Drop. This one started at like -2, -1. No, 2.5, no. 3. That might be good. Except for Swabi, his overlay is a box and a text field. Actually, it's just a text field, I think. Some of them seem to fall down immediately, right? But this might look fine when you have the collider there, you know? So the collider will basically lie on top here, so... Let's just make one... I'm not gonna have this collider in the scene, but I just wanna see how it's gonna look. Maybe I wanted to always go a little higher, in which case we go to the angle again. Here, and we reduce it to like 25. Some of them don't seem to bounce anything still. Let's see. Go down. I don't know. I think it's the big pieces, maybe. Maybe they get stuck in the collider immediately. In which case we might... No, that doesn't seem to be it. Yeah, maybe. This might be good. So we just have to make sure the spawn point of these particles should maybe be a little bit outside of the collision box though. Let's just keep that in mind. Your lights go wild on a raid. That's funny. That's funny. John Cena on the screen. Or hit VFX. I guess those can... I guess this can actually be a part of the mining here. Then we never queue free. Honestly, we just emit. Wait, never mind the RPC. Just sync it instead. Reliable. All we have to make sure is this one. Okay, no 3D position. Position and rotation. It's not a real streamer setup until you integrate it with your home lights. Let's see. Or hit VFX. I would change this packed scene to no 3D. Okay. The spawn position is one thing, but the angle, that's something I can check actually here as well. Like, how does it act when I flip around the parent here? Let's say I turn it 90 degrees this way. Even gravity changes. Okay. So if I'm gonna actually flip it like that, it will work apparently with how the pieces bounce, but then I have to make sure the collider is a bit different. I also have to make sure that it uses actual gravity instead of normal velocity. We turn off this one and then we want this velocity. It's some other velocity that is being applied over time. Here's the initial velocity. Okay. That might be better. Okay. Maybe 2? Yeah. Acceleration, gravity. So gravity is on? Yeah, gravity is on. But gravity is also... Gravity also turns when you turn the... parent node. Okay. That makes it a little tricky. If I want the pieces to fall down, then when I hit from the side and they spawn out like this, I would have to change the gravity based on the hit. So the first question is, how am I gonna recognize when I hit, for example, this side of the wall? I'm not quite sure how it's gonna end up looking with the normal setup, so I'm gonna do that first and then see. Maybe we don't have to change it, you know? This one. Or hit, transform, 0. Okay. Because of collisions and everything, it might look good when you punch it even from the side like this, but I will have to take a look at it. I'll have to just try it. Ah. Okay, no instantiating, of course. Or hit VFX. No. Global position with value type 3D to. Did I not apply it yet? No. Okay. Nothing happened. Unlucky. It might be very, very, very tiny as well. Need to turn off this pickaxe damage. Pickaxe. Let's see. World. Pickaxe. Damage. 0.5. Just a second. Okay, so I gotta go fix something right away. Then I'm gonna move you guys to another stream so you can continue watching there. And we can finish up this tomorrow. Yes, we did this. I'm not sure about the direction yet. I'm not sure, we didn't really make it spawn either, so all of this is for tomorrow. We didn't write the log for yesterday either. Can do that later. We're not 25 anymore, are we? I'll write this after stream. A log. Let's take a look if there's someone we can raid, maybe. Procedural 3D dungeon. Real, actually. I haven't seen Unreal in a while. We'll take a look at it and see. Software. Anyone has suggestion to a good streamer with game dev or something? Grumble of Pugs. That's a good one. Okay. I'll check him out. Yeah, that looks interesting. About half an hour early end today, but we'll be on again tomorrow, hopefully at 8 or 9. Thanks for watching, guys. Enjoy Grumble of Pugs.